Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, roll call. I shall take a roll call of members and I proceed to direct the clerks at the table to call out the names of all the members of parliament. And you know, by our standing orders, each member will have to respond. So, clerk, please proceed now.
Abaka Samuel Erickson, Abanga Abdullahi Jacob Idris, Abdul Latif Dan, Abdul Salam Adams, Ablafa Samuel Okujeto,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I walked in and I saw my colleague also entering. Mr. Speaker knows where I was. Mr. Speaker knows where I was. Mr. Speaker, then all of a sudden, with this white, if there is any news, they should share. But just waking up, standing with this Danasi, I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. This is unparliamentary. Mr. Speaker, this parliament is not known for this.
Honorable Deputy.
I want to know what, so that we can.
I am proceeding to do just that. Yes, Honorable Aruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader, you can join us in celebrating the momentous decision of Ghana's Court of Appeal on a terminal end to the political persecution of the minority. Mr. Speaker, by a 2-1 decision, the Court of Appeal upheld that the decision by the High Court for him to proceed with a submission of his case had no legal basis, and therefore did not only discharge him but acquitted him. That is what celebrating, and he's invited to celebrate us. That, Mr. Speaker, I hear the Attorney General, even instead of swallowing his humble pride, is saying that he wants to litigate on this matter. Mr. Speaker, we assure him that he will be further disgraced, because this matter, if you want to try people, try them on matters which are legally meritorious. Letters of credit are mere guarantees. I can go into the matter. This is parliamentary chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, the minority here is celebrating the independent, courageous decision of the Court of Appeal in acquitting the minority leader. That should be that in the realm of separation of powers, at least one of the arms of government have stood up to a calling today that they are independent and courageous and will not be used as forum for the persecution of his political opponents. I thank
you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, now the details have been made known to me. I would want to say that it's a day to celebrate the judiciary. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Except that, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very consistent as a political class in our celebration of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the position taken by the Honorable Harun Idrisu. No executive arm of government can manipulate the judiciary arm of the realm. Mr. Speaker, it must never be said, that the judiciary is under the control of the executive. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Harun Idrisu is a courtroom practitioner, just as I am. You were a courtroom practitioner. One of the things that we were taught at the bar was to accept the decisions of the court. And when we are not happy, we should go up. And that is how we enrich the law. So I think that in his celebration, he shouldn't use this as a forum to attack the Attorney General, who has no right of audience here. Well, but I don't want that impression to be created. Two, Mr. Speaker, our friends must not be selective. You shouldn't choose when to praise the judiciary and when to attack them. Today, Mr. Speaker, even on the vetting, no, he has spoken. Be a Democrat. We listen to him in silence. Be a Democrat. Be able to take some of the punches. Mr. Speaker, today, the Supreme Court nominees came to a standoff because of mere disagreement. Dr. Forsen, Honorable Bua, and Honorable Abuja, you are leading the front bench of this chamber. Let us understand that there are situations where we disagree. And even when we disagree, the language, the approach is essential. I celebrate in your victory. And you know how much it means to democracy in this country. Minority leader on trial, you've gone through the system, your belief in the judiciary system. Today, on all fours, I don't take alcohol, but I can offer you a non-alcoholic wine. Mr. Speaker, and I know Atu doesn't take alcohol either. No, I don't. I have serious allergies. Oh, we are not talking about other things. Mr. Speaker, I know Atu doesn't take alcohol either. Anytime we go for lunch, it is fruit juice. So I will offer him fruit juice. But I would want my brother Atu and all colleagues to know that judiciary and their independence must be respected by all of us. Our utterances. Today we are creating an impression that at the Supreme Court, it is only, yes, you are not Democrat. Harun Idrisu spoke on your behalf. I will speak. I will speak. I am your leader in this house. I will speak. You can make your noise. I will speak. Mr. Speaker, I will speak. Yes, it is our business. It's not my business. It's our business. It's our business. If you run away, we'll recall you. We'll talk. Let me make that. If you run away, I'll recall you. If you like run away, I'll recall you. Mr. Speaker, an impression is being created that the Supreme Court of Ghana is only there to handle partisan political cases. It is not so. Mr. Speaker, if you disagree with the system, use the system to correct it. So, Dr. Forsen, congratulations. Congratulations. It's a hard-won victory. It is good for democracy. But I want to encourage you and your colleagues that it shouldn't be that today you've won, so the judiciary is independent. I am going to quote Honorable Harun Idrisu's words. Hansard has captured it. Hansard has captured you fully. It shouldn't be that you lose tomorrow, you attack the judiciary. You have won today, you are happy, it's good. Let us vet the Supreme Court judges. Don't let us go rowdy. Don't let us go personal. We have advertised. They have come. Hearing has been suspended. If you disagree, allow the process to continue. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I thank you for giving me the space, and congratulate Dr. Forson one more time for his victory at the court. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, roll call. Please, clerks at table, you may continue.
Abdul Salam Adams. Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji Kwejo Nyampong. Abudulari Bazurera. Achampong Brian. Achampong Charles. Achampong Richard. Akwa Sofa Karen Edem. Akwa Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza. Adam Mohammed Amin. Adams Kofi Idi. Adi Teddy Safori. Ado Yao Frimpong. Ejei Kwesi Boateng. Adum Frederick Obing. Adumako Mensa Alex. Adumako Mensa Collins. Adongo Isaac. Edu Johnson Kweku. Edu Chumiao Osei. Afenya Mark and Alexander Kwamena. Afol Eric. Efri Famensa Kwesi Owusu. Efri Ye Nana Ayu. Efri Ye Kweku. Agalga James. Agbeve Charles. Agboja Kwame Govins. Ejepon Ken Ohene. Ejari Alexander. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo. Ajma Rolling Zaneto. Ejeni Mbuatin Kweku. Ahinkwa Kingsley Carlos. Ahinkwa Frederick Yao. Ahi Samson. Ahiafo Bernard. Eju William Oreku. Akando Kwabnaminta. Akamvari Lydia Lamisi. Achia Samuel Atta. Alauzuga Albert Akuka. Al Hassan Abdallah Idi. Al Hassan Bashir El Fusaini. Al Hassan Lydia Seyuram. Al Hassan Saibu Suini. Aliu Mahama Umar Farouk. Aloute Angelo Foriwa. Amankwa Nicholas. Amankwa Menu Kofi. Amewu John Peter. Amiao Tremi Kwesi. Amwa Oseibonsu. Amwa Stephen. Amwaku Andre Siama. Amwaku Atakwesi. Ampem Thomas Nyako. Ampofu Chumesi Kwame. Amprechum Sapon Kweku. Antre Emmanuel Ejay. Enim Ernest Yao. Enim Moses. Anodon Pre Frank. Entry Eugene Boache. Animedu Entry Kwame. Apak Clement Abbas. Apieje Patricia. Apia Kubi Andy Kwame, Ama Prince Hamidu, Asamoah Vincent Opong, Asante Kwejo, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asensu Boachi Francis, Esiama Isaac Kwame, Esiama Kwabna Mankwa, Esiama Eje Nanama Dokua, Asafoah Vincent Teko, Atamil Samuel, Aveji James Kluche, Avoka Kletu Sapu, Ewa Ignatius Bafo, Awuni Theresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Ayuku Benjamin Nate, Ayine Dominica Kritinga, Beefi Michael Ochre, Baba Benson Tongo, Baligi Bright Baj Yelville, Bandim Azuma Abednego, Bano Patrick, Batel Sheila, Bawa Edward Abambri, Bedra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bettino Joseph, Blankson Alex, Boachi Henry Yadom, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Akwesi Daako, Boatin Amapoma, Boatin Joseph Apia, Boatin Kwabna, Bobie Evans Opoku, Botre Daniel, Brahima Muhammad Bawa, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chinia Amidu Ishaku, Tragia Samson Tongumbo, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Krensel Abeku, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joseph, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Dalu Thomas Ada, Dapila Kletu Seidu,
Present.
Dako Daniel Lohine, Dako Mensa Kwabnotre, Dauda Collins, Dawunya Bukari, Derry Ambrose, Jonobua Alex Tete, Donko Elvis Morris, Donko Kwabna, Duka George Meku, Eya Nana, Pojo John Intim, Force and Castle Ato Ba, Frimpong Joseph, Gape Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Gansal Hassan Kobna, Gate Joe, Gidiso Wisdom, Gomadoyao. Gomashi Abla Jifa. Jenfi Emmanuel Akwesi. Jan Alexander. Jan Mensan Richard. Hamon Kwabna Tahir. Hansen Norte Yves. Haruna Seidu. Hey Fordophilia Mensa. Photoje Alexander Roosevelt. Ibrahim Ahmed. Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad. Ibrahim Azurewa Muhammad. Idrisu Habib. Idrisu Haruna. Isifu Seidu. Jabba John Benham. Jaja Yusuf Isaka. Jalula Stephen Pambin. Joshua Godfred Seidu. Jinapo John Abdullahi. Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi. Kini Jeffrey. Kisi Dixon Adomako. Kunedu Akwesi. Kumsen Mavis Howard. Kosa Martin Kweku Ej Mensa. Podo Benjamin Komla. Kum Ebenezer Kojo. Kuma Joseph Kwame. Kuyon Solomon. Kwachi Aka Peter Yao. Kwatin Kweku Ajiman. Kofi Festus Ewa. Che Mensa Bonsu Osei. Tremi Nelson. Labi Oscar Ofori. Late Agnes Namomo. Liwal Oscar. Mahama Asieseni. Mahama Nasir Toure. Menu Adabo Francis. Mafo Emmanuel. Mafo Kofia Hinkra. Mbomba Thomas. Mensa Betty Nanefua Crosby. Mensa Francisca Otain. Mensa Isaac Ej. Mensa Joseph Kwesi. Mensa Tina Gifty Nayele. Mensa Andrew Kofi Japa. Morrison Cynthia Mamle. Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak. Musa Abdul Aziz Ayaba. Nanja Sanja. Napari Dominic. Nawani Mark Kurt. Newman Dakwan. Nitiwu Dominic Binga Maduna. Inkansabwedu Mavis. Nokoi Ako Kofi. Nogbe Ernest Henry. Notuko Toy Peter Kwesi. Intim Adelaide. Intim Augustine Collins. Intoso Helen Ajua. Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Kingsley, Nyako Kwame Naminta, Obintechi George Kwabena, Obimboateng Alfred, Oklu Linda Ohinewa Akwele, Odampton Isaac Asha, Ofoswe Jari Elizabeth, Okofu Data Williams, Otriye Jekum Kofi, Opoku Davis Ansan, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Opon Kroma Kojo, Osei John Frimpong, Osei Kennedy Nyakon, Osei Asari Abna, Osei Wusu Joseph, Oti John Kwabna Bless, Otute Christian Kolite, Owusu Bio Benito, Owusu Ekuful Esla, Peito de Graft Desmond, Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan, Prempe Frida Kosia, Prempe Matthew Opoku, Quote Henry, Kwei St. James Jechi, Ramadan Muhammad Adamu, Rickett Hagan George Kweku, Safu Sarah Ajua, Sandari Sebastian Meniso, Sani Suleiman Adamu, Sani John Kobna Abamabwa, Soya Queen Samami Pokua, Sefe Richard Kwame, Setra Benjamin Yabua, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowa Dela Ajua, Sowa Rita Nao Dole, Suparu Adams Mohammed, Sulemana Adama, Sulemana Al-Hassan Tampuli, Sulemana Yusuf, Suma Anthony Pikara, Tahidu Abdul Razak, Teria Augustine, Telabi Ebenezer Klite, Tete Joycelyn, Tete Sylvester, Tete Agbotri Gisela, Tete Joseph Akwete, Tofi Dorcas, Tobu Peter Lanchini, Tufari Mohammed Hadi, Chum Ampofu Gifty, Chum Berima Paula Preku, Yusuf Mustafa, Vandapoy Alfred Oko, Vandapoy Edwin Nilante, Vondi David, Wapal Daniel Insala, Reku Robe Bright, Woyome Kobna Mensa, Zide Bid and Watazumo.
Honorable members, we will take item 4. I'm going to make a formal statement on a very important matter that came before the House. I did indicate at that time I was going to lead the House to take an action. A few things happened and I delayed until now. It's appropriate that the action be taken. And so I'm going to make a formal statement to trigger action on this matter. And the formal statement is on the Akosombo Dam spillage. Honorable members, I come before you again today with a formal statement to address an outstanding matter which the House decided to take action on, that is, the spillage of excess water from the Akosombo Dam, which affected countless lives and continues to pose a significant threat to the well-being of our communities around the catchment area. Honorable members will recall that on the 15th of September 2023, the Water River Authority, that is VRA, commenced spilling excess water from the Akosombo Dam. The spillage lasted until 30th October 2023 and affected over 88,000 persons and over 5,000 homes affected by the flooding and 32 constituencies specifically. It cuts across from the coast up to the north. It is not just those downstream alone. Honorable members, we are still confronted with the aftermath of the spillage of the Akosombo Dam by the VRA, which has plunged thousands of Ghanaians into destitution. The loss of property running into billions of Ghana cedis and the disruption of livelihoods have been devastating. I know a lot has been done, but there is still a lot more to do. The matter was first raised in the House on 31st October 2023. This Honorable House heard the statements of Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue, whose constituency was a part of the affected areas. In addressing the House, he emphasized the urgency of addressing the flooding crisis comprehensively and urged that the focus should be on finding solutions rather than assigning blame. On that fateful day, the formation of the committee to inquire into the tragedy was deferred by the Speaker until the Honorable Minister for Energy could formally brief the House to allow a holistic view of the matter. On 8th November 2023, the Honorable Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. He was then the Minister for Energy. Pursuant to Order 72 of the Standing Orders, delivered a formal statement on the controlled spillage from the Akosombo and Kwong dams. In his formal statement, the minister addressed the House that the controlled spillage was essential to prevent a catastrophic failure similar to recent dam disasters, such as the one in Libya on September 10 and 11, 2023, which resulted in approximately 11,000 deaths due to inadequate response to rainfall. We witnessed a similar one recently in Kenya. He further stated that the spillage was a necessary safety measure to avoid an even greater disaster. Despite causing significant impact on downstream communities, including displacement and damage to livelihoods, there was no casualties reported. The spillage aimed to protect the dam and the broader region from a potential catastrophic future. The Honorable Former Minister for Energy added that the VRA and NADMO mobilized resources for evacuation and relief. 20 million Ghana cedis was disbursed to support affected communities, including the distribution of essential supplies and restoration of community services. Honorable members, during the business of the House on 12 July 2024, Honorable Samuel Okujato Ablakwa highlighted the lack of action, despite the assurances given by the Speaker to establish a committee of inquiry. The appeal was supported by other honorable members, including Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Mafo and Honorable Patrick Yaobuama, who echoed the need for an urgent and thorough investigation into the circumstances leading to the spillage and the preparedness of the relevant authorities. On 19th July 2024, further discussions reiterated the critical need for a fact-finding mission to learn from this disaster and implement institutional reforms to prevent future occurrences. However, despite these repeated calls for action, the House has yet to take concrete steps to address this pressing issue. Recently, the Volta River Authority issued a notice dated 5th July 2024, signed by its Deputy Chief Executive in charge of services, Engineer Ken Atta, announcing its intention to engage relevant stakeholders of a potential spill of excess water from the Akosombo Dam. Concerns have been raised by the general populace of Ghanaians whose interests we represent in this House about the VRA handling of the situation, particularly regarding the timing and communication of the spillage. Criticism has been directed at VRA for not following proper procedures, failing to issue timely flood alerts, and not releasing compensation money for resettlement of communities. We must ensure that this does not happen again. Honorable members, the response of the government has been criticized as insufficient, with donations from individuals and organizations being highlighted as more substantial than official efforts. The government of Ghana established a 13-member interministerial committee to address the crisis resulting from the controlled spillage of the Akosombo and Pond dams. The committee was created to enhance coordination and mobilize support from various government sectors in response to the situation. The composition of the committee includes ministries, energy, finance, local government and rural development, environment, science, technology and innovation, interior, health, sanitation and water resources, defense, roads and highways, education and information, among others. The spillage has led to calls for a parliamentary inquiry to investigate the cause and handling of the spillage. The aim is to understand what went wrong and to prevent future occurrences. Honorable members, it is imperative that we do not allow this matter to be swept under the carpet. The Akosombo Dam spillage is not just a local issue. It has holistic effects that demand our immediate and unwavering attention. We owe it to our constituents, especially those still suffering from the aftermath, to conduct a thorough investigation and ensure accountability. Honorable members, today, pursuant to Order 262 of our revised Standing Orders 2024, I intend and do it now to formally establish an ad hoc committee of the House to investigate this matter of public importance, and particularly to do the following. 1. Establish the circumstances leading to the spillage of excess water from the Akosombo Dam. 2. Evaluate the preparedness and response of the Volta River Authority and other relevant bodies. 3. Assess the impact of the spillage on the affected communities and the adequacy of the relief efforts. 4. Review the protocols and methodologies considered best practice globally to regulate the dam spillage. And 5. Make recommendations for the consideration of the House on how such a disaster could be averted and minimized in the future. The committee shall comprise members from both sides of the House and a technical expert on the subject matter. These are: 1. Honorable Suleiman Adamu Sanid, Chairman. 2. Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Mafo, Member. 3. Honorable Francisca Otim Mensah, Member. 4. Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejra, Member. 5. Honorable Ellen Ntoso, Member. 6. Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donko, Member. And 7. The technical person, Engineer Kennedy Klujeson, who is a hydrologics engineer. He will be the technical person to the committee. The committee shall be given a month starting from 1st August 2024 to conduct its investigations and report its findings to the House in September this year. Based on the committee's report, the House will make recommendations to the executive to implement measures to prevent future disasters and ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens. Honorable members, let us not shirk our responsibilities. We must act decisively and collectively to uncover the truth, provide justice to the affected, and implement reforms that will safeguard our communities in the future. The establishment of this committee is a critical step in this direction. This is not merely a call to action, but a testament to our shared values and our dedication to ensure the safety and prosperity of our nation. On your behalf, I would like again to extend our deepest sympathy to those affected by this calamity. In moments like this, we are reminded of our responsibility as representatives of the people, and we must not fail them. With this, I thank all of you for your attention. Honorable members, we now move to item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings. Honorable members, we finished debating this matter, and therefore I'm just giving the directive. So there's nothing more to say about the VRA and the spillage. Please. During the course of the day, I'll give another with respect to the Songo Ada salt incident that was debated here. It was left with my direction, and I will do so during the course of the day. Honorable members, we'll start with the honorable member. Is the Speaker out of order?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I decided to just draw attention to, I'm the ranking member for, I used to be the ranking member for Western Housing Committee. I'm the chairman for Western Housing Committee. About 2 weeks ago, we invited VRA on the same issue. And before that, we had led a team to Volta region to inspect the areas where we had this. Okay.
Honorable member, have you just entered the House? We are back to votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 24th July, 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, page 12. 13. Yes.
I'm grateful. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. Item number 13 on page 13. Withdrawal of a bill. The Honourable Minister responsible for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Environment has been spelled without a T at the end. So if it can be corrected accordingly.
Table office, kindly take note and make the necessary corrections. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, page 15.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It's page 15. Page 15, the last line. Honourable First Deputy Majority Whip, Mr. Habib Idris Bajmin, spelled Habib. Habib, not BID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you say it's
Habib, but it has been spelled Habid.
Yes, you are right.
Thank you.
The name is spelled Habib, not BID. Table office, kindly take note. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Item number 1, page 25. The draft cybersecurity regulations. Mr. Speaker, I note that cybersecurity, page 25, page 26, page 27, we have different variations. Sometimes it's spelled as one word. Other times it is separated. Cyber is separated from security. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be consistent. I want to believe that the one that is separated is what is known to this House, because we have passed a number of legislations, the Cybersecurity Authority and others, and we separated them. But I see the inconsistency. So, Mr. Speaker, we just have to clarify that and be consistent. Because if we go to the Act, it is separate, but here we have it together.
Table of His kindly take note and do the right rendition. Honorable members, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 31st sitting dated Monday, 29th July 2024 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I crave your indulgence to vary the order of business for today and acknowledge the presence of a large number of visitors to the House today. We have visitors referred to as foreigners from Project Abroad organization. They are led by the regional manager for the organization in the person of Theophilus Atujona. There are 10 in number. I don't have indication as to where they come from. The term used is foreigners. I don't know foreign to which country, but you can see them at the public gallery, and I will, on your behalf, warmly welcome them to the Parliament of Ghana. Please, you are most welcome. I'm sure today is quite a busy day. If you have time, stay with us and see how we operate in the Parliament of Ghana. You may resume your seats. We have students from, it's my good friend around again, Akro from Roman Catholic Junior High School. Did I get it right this time?
It's Acrofrom.
Acrofrom.
Right. Please stop heckling me, please.
Acrofrom.
Acrofrom. Acrofrom.
Acrofrom.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The last time that I tried not to correct somebody, I had a big problem with my chiefs. So I always want to get the name right so that I don't get any problem. Acrofrom.
Acrofrom. There are 69 students led by their teacher by name Daniel Chum Berma. Please, you are warmly welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. And on behalf of all members, I thank you for taking the decision to come, particularly your teacher, Daniel Chum Berma, for always leading the students to the Parliament of Ghana. Please, you may resume your seats. We also have representatives from different constituencies, led by their convener, lawyer Sheila Menka Premu. She is a well-known lawyer in Ghana. She's taken particular interest in the work of Parliament and on a number of issues, particularly issues dealing with gender and communication. She's always here to assist us. They belong to a group called Affirmative Action. In fact, Affirmative Action Bill Coalition. And I'm sure they want to come and support us to see off the bill today. We are almost done. And we are happy to have you. Yesterday, you couldn't stay throughout. We had to sit to 11 in the night. I saw the time you left. But we almost completed it. It's left with the third reading. We thank you for the support. And once again, you are welcome to the House. There are 20 in number. We also have students from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, led by their speaker, the SRC speaker, my colleague in the making. The name is Elisha Supir Impwongnang I've tried. The way it's spelled is quite difficult to pronounce. There are 44 in number, 44 of them from the University of Science and Technology. You are most welcome, and today is appropriate because there are a number of issues we will discuss, not only looking at bills, but also a number of motions, resolutions, and agreements. So it's a very good day
to be taken and adopted first. So we will rather proceed to page 23 of same order paper and start off with the procedural motion, item number 73. Say.
Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, item 73, motion, Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Since the minister is not available, we'll move on. But why is he not responding?
Speaker, we are sorry for the mishap. We'll rather proceed to item 59 on page 19.
Honorable members, we have been called upon to rather take item 59 at page 19 of the order paper. Motion, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the determination of the Agency of the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to read the report, but just to request the Hansa department to capture the entire report whilst I reach the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee met on the 26th and 27th of this month and made some observations and recommendations as to the determination of the urgency of the bill before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, after a very long deliberations and discussions, the committee concluded that looking at the issues considered, including the imminent loss of opportunity to remain relevant and attractive as the timely uses of physical facilities provided for this institution, and also provided for the next academic year, having opened the admission window for the proposed university, and the moratorium under Act 1023 of the Education Regulatory Bodies Act. Mr. Speaker, the committee, pursuant to Order 164, recommends that the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 be considered under a certificate of urgency. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm seconding the motion moved by my chairman in the sense that the academic pursuit in the local governance system is very important for all of us. Manpower training and development within the local government space is paramount to the development of our various districts. And as such, it's important that this educational institution will enable us to develop our human resource better in order to handle the issues of development in our various districts. Mr. Speaker, this school has been in existence for long as an institute. Successively, we tried to be able to upgrade it in order that they can develop properly the required professionals for the governance at the local level. But infrastructure and other issues impeded it. Through this House and through your committee, the local government committee, and the committee of the whole, in the various formulas, we've approved funds for the development of infrastructure to meet the standards expected of the institute to turn into a university. And I think it is proper, if we are ready, having affiliated with another school for some time, in order to beat the deadline for the expiration of the affiliation period, we take this as an issue of urgency so that we can give them the necessary needed resource to be able to move. On this, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and I wish the House will help us take this on a certificate of urgency. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development is seeking that we take the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 under the certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, both the chairman and the ranking member have argued favorably for it. But Mr. Speaker, The matter of decentralization and local government established under Chapter 20 of the 1992 Constitution is a major issue because, Mr. Speaker, by Ghana's example, many other countries have had to learn from our decentralization program. And in fact, countless delegations have come to Ghana. When we invoke a matter being considered under certificate of agency, under our rules and under the 1992 Constitution, we invoke Article 106. You don't want this bill to be gazetted, published the mandatory 14 days as required by Article 106. And you are seeking under Article 106.13 an exemption. And Mr. Speaker, the speed, local government and decentralization, consultation. You want to create an academic institution on a matter that the Constitution in Chapter 20, decentralization and local government, provides more guidance. So, Mr. Speaker, we can, but in principle, I have no problem with the bill. But the speed with which you want to do it, we have to guard cautiously because this is a matter, Mr. Speaker, stakeholder consultation is important. And stakeholder engagement will be important. I thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just would want to make this short comment that the stakeholder consultations have been adequately and sufficiently done. And the House is guided by Article 106.13, which provides that a committee, in its wisdom, can determine the agency of a matter, which has been done. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can proceed in the manner prescribed by law so that we can bring this enactment into being. If it's all about stakeholder consultation, I want to assure the respected former leader that this has been done and he shouldn't entertain any worries at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move on to which item?
Speaker, shall we proceed to page 20 and take item 60? Page 20.
Honourable members, item 60 at page 20 of the order paper, motion that the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2024 be read the third time. Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Bill 2024 be now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Bill 2024 be now read the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I second the
I hear for.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for a third reading of the bill, which is now titled Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024. I put the question. Honourable members, those in favor of the third reading of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The Affirmative Action Gender Equality Bill 2024, Bill 2024, now Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024 is duly read the third time and passed.
An act to provide for affirmative action for gender equity in the public and private sectors and for related matters.
I am sure today I will celebrate. I will celebrate with those who are with me. And I'll bless those who are against me. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip, yes.
we commend you for this great job and the colleagues. And I want to commend the committee and the minister. When we argued that the appropriate word shouldn't be equality, but equity, and they gladly accepted it at winnowing. So we want to commend Parliament for this big step. Mr. Speaker, however, we need to work towards its effective implementation, because some of the clauses are still going to be a challenge culturally and otherwise to be implemented. But we've taken the first step. We shall take the other ones in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to thank you very much. Without you, this bill wouldn't have been passed. And we want to thank you on behalf of my mother, my daughter, and everybody for championing this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this.
Yes, please. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may we proceed to page 6?
Allow me to also thank members for their support and commitment, particularly yesterday. The sacrifices of members must be recorded, and we need to applaud the support of the coalition. You can see the members are up.
Page 6, and we are taking item 8O. Item 8O on page 6 of today's order paper.
Honorable members, before I move on, I'm told that I was carried away by ecstasy, and therefore the gavel was not heard. And so the gavel will now be heard. We move on to item 60.
Item 6O on page 6. Sorry, Speaker, item 8O on page 6. Page 6.
8O
8O
on page 6.
Yes. It's a laying.
Honorable members, item 8 at page 6, letter O. When you say item 8O, then you are talking about 80, and that's not at page 6. So the item is 8 and the letter O at page 6 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024.
Honorable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of parliament. Yes, please.
Speaker, page 20. We start off with item 62.
I am trying to prioritize 61 before 62. Since we have the sponsors around, the Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable James Kuche Abeji, and Honorable Kofi Ochre Ajekum. That is on the budget bill, second reading. Could we take this? Majority Chief Whip.
I want to support you. However, based on the earlier discussions we had at leadership, no, you are aware. Speaker, we had settled on quite a number of businesses. And the social protection was tied in with the affirmative action bill. In fact, we decided to do that one too. So we will prefer to take that one instead, and then we have some time, after which we can look at taking the. I know the budget bill is important, and I see our former leader is here, and I know how passionate you are with it. But, Speaker, I want to assure you that once we finish this one, we can proceed to take the budget.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With that, the full knowledge of what the leadership have discussed, look at an attempt to step aside this process should be a worry to all of us. Yes, because Speaker, you are standing down the orders to even do the second reading. And Speaker, we all know this is a full bill. That will mean if you stand down the order 104 and the second reading is taken, you may want to stand the orders again for consideration stage. If you are saying you are doing all second reading, then what is urgent about trying to stand down the orders? As compared to the budget bill, as Mr. Speaker rightly said, 2023, it's been lingering for a very long period of time. And this is something that's going to enable the House work more efficiently. Why would we want to rush the social protection bill, where we have to stand all these orders? Mr. Speaker, if we know that there are businesses that are urgent, that have some timelines, this sitting didn't start today. Why are we waiting till the last day? You want to now introduce a bill at the second reading when it is past 3 p.m. Mr. Speaker, let's be fair to ourselves, because as he's saying, we will finish this and then we'll go to the budget bill. It is not just one process. It takes through all the processes. That will mean you stand this one down and then you do consideration stage, you stand it down again. That is virtually abuse of the processes. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to rather agree with you that let's emphasize with the one that will also help this House to work efficiently. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think just some information to my senior colleague. There had been a good number of times where we met at winnowing, and then the earlier bill was withdrawn for us to incorporate all the amendments and the views that came up. So we have done that, and we relayed it. So there are no advertised amendments. So what you are saying is right, but however, we've been able to deal with all those concerns. So it's quite a straightforward matter. So I will still plead that we proceed on that target and take it.
Honorable members, sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members, the consensus is for us to take the item numbered 61 bill or 62. Yes. 61.
We are not taking the 61 now. We rather want to take the EPA.
Or the second reading. Yes.
Yes, former Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, much as would have loved to have the budget bill taken through the processes and procedures for it to be read a second time, unfortunately, I'm not prepared for it. In fact, I not look at the order paper this morning to see that it's being been filled. I need to refresh my mind on the intendment of the bill to be able to speak to the President. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll plead that we stand it down, and on another occasion, at a much more propitious time, we can take it. No, motion 61, the budget bill.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 24, item 79.
Honorable members, page 74, item 74 at page 23 of the order paper. Motion, Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 74 on order paper, page 23, be taken.
Is it 79 or
74?
You are calling 74. 73.
Yes. It should start off.
So take
from
73, the procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker,
I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of this Standing Order 1041, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed, after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the second reading of the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 may be moved today.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly the bill was laid under certificate of urgency, and the report of the committee was adopted. So we do not need a procedural motion in order to move to another stage. So the procedural motion, it was adopted. The committee's report will determine whether the bill should be taken under certificate of urgency has been adopted by this House. So having adopted the report of the committee, the bill, it was laid, debated, and adopted. So the bill is now supposed to be taken under a certificate of urgency. So we do not need a procedural motion in order to move to another stage. Because if a bill is supposed to be taken under a certificate of urgency, it may be taken through all the processes even in one day.
Yes, honorable member is right. So please, let's go on to item 74. Item 74, Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 be now read the second time.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion. And Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, because of the time constraint, I will request the Handel Department to capture the entire report whilst I read the conclusion. The committee acknowledges passage of the bill would grant the university the autonomy to design, organize, regulate, and deliver mandatory professional training for staff and members of the local government authorities. The passage of the bill will afford the university the opportunity to expand its programs, not only for staff of agencies under the ministry, but also to other persons who may be interested in enhancing their capacities in governance. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt and approve its report and pass the University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honorable member for Who Central.
Conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I write to support the motion and recommend to the House that the report of the committee be approved to enable us to establish the University of Local Governance and Development. Right, Honorable Speaker, getting specialized training for governance professionals cannot be overemphasized. At the moment, all staff of the local government bodies, the assemblies, wherever, local government service, are appointed from anywhere. Once we have obtained a degree or a diploma, they appoint you without any specific specialized training in local governance. And we all are witnesses to the poor performance of many of these assemblies. And since the Constitution in Article 240 has has stressed the importance of local governance, it is necessary for us to make those who work there proper professionals so that they can discharge the duties of the assemblies. Already, we have a large market of students for the university. We have coordinating directors, we have presiding members, we have assemblymen, we have finance officers, we have secretaries, we have engineers. Everybody who works in the assembly,
even traditional authorities,
budget officers, they require training so that they can perform properly in the place. So this university is purposed to solve this problem for effective and efficiency in discharging local government business. Now, we want to note that the operations of the university will be regulated by GTEC. There were issues about the university operating as part of the local government ministry. But we want to emphasize that the committee stressed the point that GTEC as a regulatory education, tertiary education body will definitely guide the operations of the university. So there shouldn't be any worry as to how they will function. Now, we emphasized the point that the university should work according to its core mandate and not deviate to go and introduce non-relevant courses. You know, we have KUST, where they are to do science and technology. But now they have law, they have other subjects. So we are emphasizing the point that the University of Local Governance and Development should emphasize training of local government personnel. Mr. Speaker, these are the issues considered by the committee, and which
local governance service and all those things that we should some of the people.
Which make us to recommend to the House that this report should be adopted for the university to be established. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 accordingly read a second time.
An act to establish the University of Local Governance and Development as a specified public degree awarding, research and professional local government training institute and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, we will now move to item 7.6. At the consideration stage, University of Local Governance and Development Bill 2024 at the consideration stage. Yes.
Speaker, the understanding is that
second reading, that's it.
we'll do the
second reading.
The EPA. We more or less agree that the local government university requires a bit more time than the EPA. So now that we have done the second reading, the amendment will take some time, to be honest, Mr. Speaker. So we'll move to the EPA
and leave that.
Yes, please.
Speaker, I write to speak to corroborate what my colleague has
Okay,
said.
so we take which item?
Yeah, so we'll rather proceed to page 24 and take page 24 on today's order paper and take item 8. 80. Yes. Item 80 on page 24, Speaker.
Verse 9. The procedural motion
It came via certificate of agency, the EPA. As I'm
It
relying
came
for.
the same?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can.
So, honorable members, we take item 80 at page 24 of the order paper. Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Environmental Protection Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Thank you.
Any seconder? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And doing so, Mr. Speaker, I provide the table office to. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And to quickly go to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, since this bill was laid and withdrawn and all the amendments agreed on, incorporated. Mr. Speaker, your committee conclusion and recommendation. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the committee has critically looked at the bill and in the light of its intended objective of consolidating the various legislations on the environment and positioning the EPA as an authority to coordinate all activities relating to the environment. The committee is of the view that the contents of the bill are valid and aligned with all the overall objective of government towards effectively managing and protecting the environment. The committee therefore respectfully recommends that this House adopts its report on the Environmental Protection Bill 2024, respectively submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
just to guide colleagues, this bill has been laid,
Debated it already.
second reading done, we started consideration. The amendments that were preferred were so many, so you directed that the sponsors should find a way of consolidating the amendments into a bill. So the second reading we are doing is more procedural than in substance. There's no need talking about the policy of anything because we passed that stage. So colleagues should be guided. There's no need to actually debate the policy underpinning this at all. We've done that before. It's just a procedure. So can we help ourselves by just letting this go so that we see what we can do?
Yes, Honorable Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with the arrangement that's been done. But the challenge is that the incorporated bill is not with us. We are still holding the unincorporated bill. We've distributed to who? Well, it was sent this morning. He's saying that it was distributed this morning whilst we were in this chamber. So do you have the Speaker? He says that he has some extra copies that they can share, so that's fine.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am very confused. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confused. Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, this House was invited to proceed with consideration on this bill with over 159 amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I recall you saying that the amendments were too many and we didn't have enough time. So, Mr. Speaker, at what point was this bill withdrawn and redrafted and brought back? Please. Even if that is the case, we cannot take this as a certificate of urgency. This is, Mr. Speaker, this is a 181-page bill. How do you take this as a certificate of urgency? It is not a skeletal bill that this House can be called upon to handle it under certificate of urgency in a matter of hours. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, these are not the kind of bills we should take under certificate of urgency. It is not. This is a very, very important bill that members must be afforded the opportunity to contribute. And so we cannot be invited to take this under certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. So we should take our time to enact this bill. If it's been withdrawn and redrafted, I believe that the report, the referral to the committee, which I don't know, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I don't know whether it's been taken. But if it's been taken, we should take our time and enact this bill. Mr. Speaker, recently, we are being criticized for some of these processes. Yes, Majority Leader, bear me out. Please bear me out. We are in special times. Mr. Speaker, we are in special times. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House, even though we are being invited to take this under certificate of urgency, I want to urge my colleagues not to, so that we take this under the normal processes of enactment. It is a voluminous bill. It is 181 pages. Volume is material in taking bills under certificate of urgency. And the leader and the honorable member for Siami, he taught us. He knows. He knows. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I know. And I know. Honorable Minister responsible for this bill, please, our colleague is a very hardworking lawyer. He likes lawmaking in this chamber. Please engage him the more. One, having said that, I'm saying that you like lawmaking. No, I won't say that. Oh, lawmaking. No, I can't say that. You enjoy lawmaking as part of your serious commitment in this house. So I'm saying that she should engage you the more, regarding your industry. Yes, sure, but you'll be engaged the more so that your industry is well noted. Two, Mr. Speaker, the bill has gone through several winnows, and we suggested that those Mr. Speaker, I think that you made your point. Honorable the Firm has made his point. Your industry will be well acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we are not taking this bill under a certificate of urgency. No, we are not. The original bill was withdrawn for the numerous proposed amendment to be incorporated by the Attorney General's Department, and that is the draft of the Attorney General. It has been done. The same day the bill was withdrawn, the new bill was relayed. I was presiding. And so it's now on the agenda for us to take through all the stages, not under a certificate of urgency. And that is what we are trying to do. Where we get to, that will be the work we have achieved. If we are able to do all today, we'll proceed to do so. Once there is no cause to delay the passage, we'll pass it, but it's not under a certificate of urgency. That is what I want to clarify. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, then I'm guided. Then clearly that was miscommunication. If it's being considered ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, we'll contribute. We'll be here. We'll do what we have to do. And if the House is minded to take all the provisions attendant, we'll do that, Mr. Speaker. So I'm guided.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
With respect, I think we are ready to take item 82.
Item 80.
82, Speaker. 82 on page 25.
82.
82.
Yes. 82.
Yes. Sorry.
Environmental Protection Bill 2024 at the consideration stage.
don't have it. They have it. You on the viewers. You didn't give them copy. Why do you break that thing? It's ministers too. Sometimes when you give them advice, they won't listen.
Honorable members, clause 1.
Chairman.
You don't have a seat here, unless you are Prosper.
Sorry. This use here, use this one.
Okay, use it one, okay.
Until there's no amendment. The only amendment to this.
This one, okay.
Plus 3.
Three business. I mean, my year, we no grant.
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, based on the fact that we've gone through many of these already, maybe we'll just recite the clauses, and if anybody has got any further amendment to make to any of the clauses, then they can come up. Otherwise, then we can go through it.
I agree with you. It's just that we are trying to get enough copies for even the clerk at table. Not of the report, of the bill. Honorable members, in the meantime, we should move to another item. Let's handle another item until the House is put in order. Yes, please.
Shall we then proceed to page 19 and rather take item 57? When is
Mr. Speaker,
yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the special committee which was formed to investigate and establish what has accounted for government's failure to pay customers numbering over 61,000 of Black Shields Capital Limited, hereto known as Ghost Fund Management. Mr. Speaker, I crave the indulgence of the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as read, whilst I focus on some of the highlights. Mr. Speaker, from page 1 of this report.
Yes, just a minute. Yes, you may go on now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 1, 2, 3 of the report, which may be found from pages 2 to 4, is on the introduction, the reference documents, and the background. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 4 is on the petition itself. Now, Mr. Speaker, the petition was on behalf of customers of the defunct, aggrieved customers of the defunct
Gold Coast Fund Management, and it was brought on their behalf by Honorable Mahama Ayarga. Mr. Speaker, I move to page 7, where they talk about their prayer. Mr. Speaker, the prayer of this petitioners is that this Honorable Parliament should investigate and establish what accounted for government's failure to pay the customers of the defunct Gold Coast Fund Management, and also, 2, that this Honorable House compels the government to pay the customers of the defunct Gold Coast Fund Management their investment in the fund since Parliament approved the budget requested by government. Mr. Speaker, the background is that government revoked the licenses of some 53 fund managers, and after it revoked the license of the fund managers, some of them, including Black Shields, were dissatisfied with the decision and therefore appeared before the Administrative Hearings Committee. Under the Securities Industry Act, when you are dissatisfied with a decision industry in such a circumstance, you can go to the Administrative Hearings Committee. They were not successful in the Administrative Hearings Committee, and they applied for judicial review of the decision. In the meantime, government had engaged the official liquidator, the Register of Companies, to start the process of official liquidation. Mr. Speaker, it is at this stage that the petitioners decided that after government had said repeatedly that it would pay the aggrieved customers, after government had indeed paid some of the aggrieved customers 50,000 cedis, and government had not continued to pay the rest, they had to come to Parliament to seek our intervention with the press that they gave. Mr. Speaker, we called the petitioners. Honorable Ayaga was representing them, and we also called the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Register of Companies, who is the official liquidator. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to paragraph 10 on page 30 about the admissibility of a petition. Mr. Speaker, at the time that you admitted the petition, it was under the old standing orders. But, Mr. Speaker, whilst we were here in the matter, the new standing orders came into effect. Your committee decided that in the circumstances, it should have to take cognizance of the fact that there were new standing orders. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we were of the view that if we had come to the conclusion that under the new standing orders, we could not hear the matter, we would have come back to report to the House. The new standing orders talks about the Speaker determining whether the frivolous or vexatious made in good faith relates to a decision of the court or another court, or relates to a matter before a commission of inquiry or any other quasi-judicial body, or relates to dealings between the government and any other government or an international organization. Mr. Speaker, your committee came to the conclusion that all those grounds that are in the new standing orders that disallows Parliament from hearing a petition do not apply in this circumstance. The only one that possibly applies is the one that says that where a matter relates to a decision of a court or an action before a court, your committee cannot continue to hear the matter. Mr. Speaker, as we know, this is based on the Constitution and as well as on Order 97.7. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we looked at it and looked at the prayer that they were seeking, we came to the conclusion that the proceedings before court does not and should prevent the committee from proceeding with its investigation. This is on page 33 of the report. The reliefs being sought in court are different from the reliefs being sought in Parliament. Thus, the committee agreed to proceed upon its mandate by refraining from discussing matters that could prejudice the pending court proceedings in respect of Black Shields Capital Limited, especially matters dealing with the propriety or otherwise of the revocation of the license of Black Shields and whether or not a liquidation order being sought should be granted by the court. The committee is of the view that those questions, in the fullness of time, will be determined by the court. Mr. Speaker, you will see that in the motion that was read, it was said that there are 61,000 customers who are seeking relief. That issue came out strongly in committee, and Mr. Speaker, we deal with it in paragraph 16 on page 39 of your report. Mr. Speaker, the sites, there were different. Whilst SEC said it wasn't 61, the petitioners insisted that it was 61,000 and above. Your committee says that, be that as is made, if we should recommend, page 40, that payment should be made to the persons affected, the actual number of persons affected and entitled to payment will easily be ascertained. So, Mr. Speaker, we refrain from coming to the conclusion whether there were 61,000 or less. Whilst the Security and Exchange Commission said there were 28,000, the petitioners insisted that there were 61,000. We were of the considered view that it will serve no useful purpose for us to make that determination. When we say that the money should be paid, the people will be ascertained. Mr. Speaker, I will just quickly go to paragraph 18, which you can find on page 43, which is the prayer of the petitioners, and then the recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, I'll take my bow. The petitioner's prayer on page 43 is that, one, the Honourable Parliament should investigate and establish what accounted for the government's failure to pay the customers or the defunct Gold Coast Fund managers. Mr. Speaker, the evidence before the committee is that government made payments to affected customers or fund managers who had undergone official litigation. Government also paid on humanitarian grounds an amount of 50,000 cedis to all affected persons, including companies such as Black Shields, who are still contesting the official liquidation in court. Since government avenged that it has settled all claims of fund managers which are under official liquidation, and the committee has no evidence to the contrary, the committee finds itself bound to accept assertion by government that it has failed or refused to pay the customers of the defunct Gold Coast management of Black Shields because the matter of the official liquidation in respect of Black Shields is still alive in court. Mr. Speaker, we went on to talk about litigation, and we came to the conclusion that we are not in a position to make the first order, the prayer that they are seeking. We are not in a position to recommend that government. We cannot investigate it and establish, and we left it as it was. They also asked us to compel them their investment, as approved by the budget request by government. The Speaker, we said, allocation of funds in a budget is not the same as disbursement. The budgetary allocation is only indicative of the intentions of government. In the year 2000, there was 2020, there was a budgetary allocation. 2022, 2023, there was no budgetary allocation. In 2024, there was a budgetary allocation. Mr. Speaker, we know the committee took into account the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 91, Section 26, which says that when an appropriation is made for a year, after that year ends, the appropriation also dies with the year. Mr. Speaker, even though we are not able to grant their specific prayers, your committee recommends on page 45 that government should make good on these indications, which is said by the fact it's stated in the budget that it will make some payment to them. Government should make good these indications and make payments that will bring relief to the investors. In making payments to the investors, whilst the court cases are still pending, the interest of the investors in their respective investments should be assigned to government to the extent of the payments made by them. Mr. Speaker, we urge government to do its part in terms of prosecuting the matter following the matter in court, so that the question of whether they should be liquidated or not will come to an end, and so our payments further payments can be made. So we also made further recommendations because this money that we are asking that government pays, the taxpayers' money. So we are of the firm opinion that the taxpayer should be protected. And in protecting the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker, we took refuge in the legal principle of subrogation. It's a principle used by insurance companies. When they pay for you, they step into your shoes. So when government pays the people, it should step into the shoes of the customers of Black Shields. So the customers of Black Shields cannot turn around again and claim from Black Shields. They cannot turn around again and claim for Black Shields. They cannot, as it were, have their cake and eat it. Mr. Speaker, the last recommendation we made was that we must include insurance in all such transactions. We recognize the fact that this House passed the Ghana Deposit Protection Act 2016 Act 931. And it was passed to protect depositors of small deposits. We cannot continue at this rate where people set up financial institutions and then they collapse, and then the last resort is government. Government cannot continue being a guarantor of every made between a financial institution and the people of Ghana. And so therefore, one way to go around this is for us to insist that when you are making such investments, you take an insurance. The argument has been made by some that may make the investment expensive. So because like a car insurance, you can decide to take a simple third-party insurance or a comprehensive insurance. But this business of government, because government is a taxpayer, paying for people's sins cannot continue ad infinitum. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I pray. Mr. Speaker, I said few words, and then a member here is threatening me. But remember, it's a term of art in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I pray that the House adopts the report of your special committee, which was established by this House to investigate and establish what has accounted for government's failure to pay customers, numbering over 61,000 of Black Shields Capital Limited, hereto known as Gold Coast Fund Management Limited. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved for the adoption of the report of the special committee. Yes, the seconder.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to second this motion of the moving of the report of your committee to investigate the petition presented to this House on behalf of customers of Gold Coast Securities. Mr. Speaker, your committee, as analyzed by the chairman, went through a very difficult task, listening to the harrowing experiences of investors in those fund management companies. We were constrained, as the chairman said in several instances, because there were issues about what the numbers are, those that have been validated and those who haven't been validated, the issues about litigation, and whether once there is the litigation, government must go ahead and pay customers of these institutions. But one thing that came out clearly for the committee was the fact that the government itself, right from the beginning, have decided upon itself in what the minister termed its humanitarian grounds to pay some customers of some of the institutions that were in court with the liquidator. So we felt that what is good for Kofi should be good for Kwame. If the government has taken the step to pay some people, some customers, while the case is in court, then the government cannot turn around and not pay the rest of the customers who are also in the same difficulty. And as such, we thought that it was right for the government to have made a provision in the budget in 2024, and in the recent mid-year review budget, it was reiterated that the government has made funds available to pay
on humanitarian grounds the customers of these defunct financial managers. I think the committee's report is clear, is explicit on the fact that regulation that governs these fund managers have not properly been, let me say, taken care of, because people engage in these services without appropriate assurances, so that in case of default or in case of any serious liability, they turn over that complaint, that let me say liability to government, and government will continue on humanitarian grounds to take over said liability, and it becomes very difficult for government and liquidators to be able to marshal and mobilize the resources of these defunct fund managers and be able to assess properly, to use them, liquidate, to use them to pay for the investment. So then, always there will be a shortfall, which will be paid for by all of us in this house and all Ghanaians, either you are an investor or not. So we think that there must be a review of regulation that says that for everybody who will be taking funds, managing funds, you must also take an insurance, so that in case of any liability, your insurance companies will take care of it and you cannot fall on government for any relief. But as we said, we think that it will be right and appropriate for government to take the decision that if we are going to pay the investors, then as well we take over that function, and so it will be government and the fund managers, so that the people, the investors, will not have any relationship or any cause to fall on government and cry on government to take care of these difficulties in the future. Mr. Speaker, we think that we've already taken a step as a state, as a government, to pay, to bring relief to these people, and it will be appropriate that the 61,000 people left should also be given relief in one way or the other. But Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to also say something very revealing came out, and I think as a house we must talk about it. We were in this house when the former Minister of Finance, told all of us that they are done with the banking sector cleanup, and it has cost the state 25 billion. Considering the fact that these 61,000 customers are yet to be paid, if you calculate, and according to them and their petitioner, they are owed close to almost about 9 billion. Wow. If you add that to the 25 billion that the Minister of Finance indicated to us that we spent on the banking sector cleanup, it means that we are going towards 34 billion in that exercise. And that is something that we need to look at. Because if the report to us, or the decision in this house, was that we spent 25, we finished. That was the minister's, former Minister Kenofurata's statement, that the banking sector cleanup was ended and government spent 25 billion. But from this report, so 61,000 customers are yet to be taken care of. And from, let me say, estimated figures from them, the petitioners themselves, the total amount being owed could be beyond 9 billion. So we must find out what is really the total amount of money spent on the financial sector cleanup exercise. And that is something that we all need to look at. But Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to have served on this committee, and I think your committee has done a great job
a comprehensive report, and we've even proffered certain regulations that need to be put up in order to safeguard the interests of Ghanaians in the future. I thank you very much, and I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report presented by the committee to investigate and establish what has accounted for government's failure to pay customers numbering over 61,000 of Black Shield Capital Limited, hitherto known as Gold Coast Fund Management. Mr. Speaker, this is a very worrying situation in our country. As Mr. Speaker, you may be very much aware, we seem to be a people who fail to learn from their past experience. Well, Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of government is to protect its citizens, whether on the streets, whether in the market, whether in schools, wherever they find themselves. And Mr. Speaker, that is why you have the Bank of Ghana, and they have all these regulations. And Mr. Speaker, over the years, consistently, we have failed to protect our own citizens. Mr. Speaker, you remember the Prime, the R5, and all the likes. Consistently, it keeps repeating itself. NDK and what have you. DKM. Mr. Speaker, consistently, we'll be failing ourselves and failing our citizens. In that, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, you expect that government will rather tighten the regulation and its supervision on these institutions. But time and time again, we prove to fail. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing, which all of us sometimes find very difficult to speak about, is the excessive politicization of almost everything that we do in this country. People get banking license to operate banks because they belong to Party A or Party B. People get license to operate farm management companies because they belong to one side or the other side. And even when they are in real difficulties and the regulators need to be very strict on them, because of this alignment, they get away with it. And in the long run, they create huge problems. But Mr. Speaker, we need to also learn how have others dealt with such problems. And Speaker, yes, I know the United States of America is one of the richest countries in the world. But how did they deal with this in 2009, between 2009 and 2010? They did not go forcing those companies into liquidations. What the United States did, which I thought was a very good model for the whole world to copy, because even in Europe, they tried to copy that, is to rather assist the failing institutions to be able to continue operating so that they hold their assets of the owners and the investors and give it to them as a loan. Instead of quickly running to liquidate those companies, people lose their jobs, people lose their investment, and now you are making it look as if you are now Father Christmas, saying that on humanitarian grounds. Mr. Speaker, I can bet you, when the analysis was properly done by even Bank of Ghana, it was clear that if the banks and those institutions were supposed to be supported, instead of rushing them to liquidation, you will have needed about 1/3 of the amount of money that we are still paying and like an open pipe using basket to collect. Because it's just endless. And now all these assets have been lost. People have died out of pain. And Mr. Speaker, is it surprising? Because even government-owned bonds are failing. The government itself, everywhere around the world, everybody knows, if you buy government treasury or government bonds, it's like you are having your money in your hand. Today, the situation is different. Mr. Speaker, the implications of this for us as a country is that businesses will not trust financial institutions. And when they go underground, Mr. Speaker, it denies the country the revenue in terms of tax. It denies the opportunity for even resources for what we call recapitalizing other investors. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I may agree with the committee that we have to maybe look at the SEC law or even Bank of Ghana itself law, so that these institutions to take insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to play ostriches when they are operating, because they are supposed to submit annual report, you are supposed to have supervision where you can move in and look into their books, we sit aloof and wait until they get huge problems. Then now we now ask them to, or we virtually force them and rush them into liquidation. Yes, insurance, you should know. When even you take insurance, no insurance company will insure all your liability 100%. Even when you do a comprehensive check, when you are involved in an accident, then you now realize that they are bringing other reasons why they cannot just go buy you a brand new car. So, Mr. Speaker, we should really look at the Banking Act and SEC itself, their act. Because if we do not strengthen supervision and the role these institutions play whilst these financial institutions and the banks operate, Mr. Speaker, 5 years, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we will come back to the same route and be complaining about the same thing. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, the prime, it happens in the 90s. You have the, the others that happened around 2005, 2008. It looks like almost 10, 15 years in our lifetime, we keep having this kind of case reoccurring. And I wonder what kind of people are we? Mr. Speaker, because I know many may want to contribute, because this is a very, very important, discussion. But the bottom line is that for how long are we going to be using the ordinary taxpayers' money to be doing this? Mr. Speaker, if you look at the challenges of our country, how long are we going to continue doing this? Taking huge sums of money, leave development, and then simply go and pay people. And the sad thing, Mr. Speaker, you don't hear them confiscating the assets of the owners. Very few confiscation has been done. Some of them people run away with it. If we continue this way, people will continue forming, establishing these financial institutions. They will dupe the customers and then run away and hide their assets. And then they get away with it, and then we use the taxpayers' money and call it on humanitarian grounds. I agree that, yes, we must recommend that they should take insurance, but we need to look at the laws that govern the banking sector and these financial institutions so that we tighten the regulatory and supervision aspect of it, rather than running to this. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want to support the report of the committee and urge that this House supports it for passage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the adoption of the report of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, we have so much to do today, and time is not our friend. This report is so extensive, very clear, well argued out, and I think it's available to the public. Anybody can access it. I want on your behalf to thank the committee for doing such a very good work. This is what we expect of all committees. I've taken time to read a large portion of the committee, and I think I'm satisfied with the quality of the report. Chair and members, congratulations. Honourable members, move on to the next item. The indication I have from leadership is that we will now have to move to the Constitution Amendment Bill. Yes, please.
Speaker, rightly so. That's item 68.
Yes, motion. Item
68. No.
68.
Yes, motion.
Is it item 68? At page 21. Motion. I hope the honourable member is around.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I've been working with my colleague Honorable Kennedy Osenyapko
Yes.
from the beginning, and with your pleasure, I'll move this motion on his behalf.
Yes, the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs also told me he was with you in this, and he'll be available. Is he available today?
He's been available, not currently, but
he's in the
so
premises. He's the presence of the Parliament. Yes,
Possibly.
I know the ranking is available. We can go on.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, the first motion is motion 68. Rise to move that the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021 be now read for the second time.
Motion moved is for the any secondment, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report and urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, by the report, the reason for the proposed amendment is simple. The original Article 8 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana prohibited dual citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the provision was, however, amended in 1996 to give room for dual citizenship with some limitations as it is in the Constitution Amendment 8.2. Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that if you are holding a dual citizenship, certain positions as outlined in the report, you cannot hold it. Mr. Speaker, this bill is seeking to amend that to give room for the holders of dual citizenship to occupy some offices with the exception of the presidency and the vice presidency. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends the passage of the bill into law. Mr. Speaker, I so present.
Honourable members, motion has been moved and seconded. Is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and to urge colleagues and members to support the amendment of the Constitution to allow for Ghanaians living abroad who are dual citizens to be able to occupy certain other high public offices other than the office of the President and the Vice President, and to contribute with their expertise and rich professional background to the social, economic, and political development of our country. Mr. Speaker, a lot of consultation have gone on this matter. I recall then with the Honorable Osei Mensah when the professor of law from America engaged leadership together with the Speaker on their desire to see this bill passed. Mr. Speaker, even subsequently, if you take the last ruling of the Supreme Court on the matter of Affirmative and other related matter. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we are at this, I think that even the Constitution must be further amended. The provision of the Constitution where a person who is not 40 years cannot run for the presidency of our republic must also be amended. And I'm sure some of our young colleagues should take it up. That if you attain the age of 35, it should be possible for you to aspire, as we have seen in France, we've seen in Senegal, a much younger opportunity for a young person to be able to assume the highest office of our country tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's report, references were made to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and in particular page 5, Mr. Speaker, it reads, a person shall not be qualified to be a member of Parliament if he owes allegiance to a country other than Ghana. Mr. Speaker, allegiance and citizenship are not the same, and the Supreme Court have had opportunity to provide some elucidation on citizenship and allegiance. But it will be expected that when they are allowed to play that role, they would have renounced those citizenship so that they owe full allegiance to the state. Mr. Speaker, we also know that many of the Ghanaians living abroad is because of the quality of life abroad. If opportunities here were better, many of them would want to be in the country. And Mr. Speaker, we are told that in terms of remittances, many more Ghanaians living and working abroad have made significant contribution in terms of remittances, which supported upkeep of families, whether mother, sister, parents, or cousins. And therefore, our brothers and sisters abroad should not be left out in the governance process of our country. I believe that our democracy, Mr. Speaker, which we are celebrating 30 years of parliamentary democracy, we have come very far. And this amendment gives an opportunity for Ghanaians who are dual citizens to take part in the social, political, and economic life of our country. And as I stated, Mr. Speaker, citizenship is not the same thing as allegiance, and we must take note of that in doing it. Mr. Speaker, for instance, we still have preserved being a member of parliament. And rightly we are saying that to qualify to be member of parliament, can you be a dual citizen? Mr. Speaker, with these comments, as I have said, I'm all for this so that they can hold other offices like to be ambassadors, they can be secretary to the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 10, sorry. Similarly, on the paragraph 413, similarly on the enactment of the bill, a dual citizen may hold the following public offices in addition to any other public office, and it lists opportunity to be ambassadors, Inspector General of Police and Customs, and others. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, former Majority Leader.
Speaker, this private members bill is a very loaded bill. It's a very loaded bill in the sense that it seeks to alter the landscape with respect to the occupation of certain positions in this country. Mr. Speaker, my little worry is whether such a bill could come by a private member. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit worried about that. Second, the Constitution says this is a non-entrenched provision, has an adequate provision as to the steps to take. And these steps are captured in Article 291. A bill to amend the provision of this Constitution, which is not an entrenched provision, shall not be introduced in Parliament unless it has been published twice in the Gazette, with the second publication being made at least 3 months after the first. At least 10 days have passed after the second publication. The Speaker shall, after the first reading of the bill in Parliament, refer it to the Council of State for consideration and advice, and the Council of State shall render advice on the bill within 30 days after receiving it. Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that we had the advice of the Council of State on this.
I assure you we have.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I would have wished that I had a copy of it.
It's Parliament.
It's Parliament.
Yes, not you. And so it's available. If you want a copy, please, you can get.
Mr. Speaker,
we have.
I am a member of Parliament, and I speak as a member of Parliament.
Yes.
If it's available, I should have a copy of it.
Yes, so go for it.
Mr. Speaker, and because this is a very fundamental law of this land.
I know.
Can I finish? The Constitution provides
Because I don't want, look,
2913.
The way you started, you want to throw doubt into the minds of people.
I'm not throwing doubt. I'm raising issues, not throwing doubt. Respectfully. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising issues
my very good friend, please, we have been along this for a long time. This is a bill since 2021. And all the experts, including the professor referred to earlier on by the former minority leader, the former speaker, my good self, the draft person, we've gone through all this. So when you are now raising those issues, it's like you are throwing down that we would have made good. Some provisions had eluded us. And I'm trying to clear that so that you don't go in that direction. That's all. I'm not interrupting you from contributing.
Mr. Speaker, I've not used that word that you are interrupting me. I'm just saying that we're required to know. You are providing additional information. That is good. But I'm just ending on this note that because we are dealing with a fundamental law of this country, Article 2913 provides that where Parliament approves the bill, it may only be presented to the President for his assent if it was approved at the second and third reading of it in Parliament by the votes of at least two-thirds of all the members
Honorable member,
of Parliament.
Why are you on your feet? Just a minute. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the report in paragraph 1.3 says that the Council of State, at the second plenary meeting held on 1st July 2022, considered and unanimously recommended the bill to Parliament for passage into law in accordance with Article 2912 of the 1992 Constitution. So it's even stated in the report.
Mr. Speaker, that provides a useful response to some of the issues that I've raised. And related to Article 2912, that 2912 is satisfied. I have no cause to disbelieve you. Unfortunately, I'm not having a copy of the report before me. Mr. Speaker, having said that, another very important hurdle that we have to cross is 2913, which provides that where Parliament approves a bill, it may only be presented to the President for his assent if it was approved at the second and third reading of it in Parliament by the votes of at least two-thirds of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a major bill that you are dealing with, a constitutional amendment. So I'm suggesting to us that we may have to relate to 2913. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to Ranking Member for going through the reports with the House. And I'm certain that the entirety of the report has been captured. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, there is an information that I need to give to the House. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand a judgment from the Supreme Court of Ghana. This is titled Francis Osebonsu versus Attorney General. And this is writ number J1/18/2022. 2022/23, dated 24th April 2024. Mr. Speaker, the effect of this judgment is that someone brought a suit similar to what we are discussing, whether the Supreme Court judge or the Chief Justice could hold dual citizenship. And the effect of the judgment is that now a Supreme Court judge can hold dual citizenship. And therefore, once the Supreme Court had ruled, I believe that it is a law in itself. So what are we doing to ourselves as members of Parliament? It is for this reason that the committee unanimously agreed that we must amend that. And Mr. Speaker, in the report we have said that the office of the President, ranking office, and the Vice President, if somebody would want to contest for this position, the effect is that if you want to be a president, you could, but you have to denounce your citizenship. So would preserve the position of the high office of the president. So I think it is about time that we amend this constitution in order that all the other positions and the offices, apart from the office of the president, would be free, whether the person is holding dual citizenship. And indeed, holding dual citizenship doesn't mean that you owe dual allegiance. And Mr. Speaker, are there other reasons, honorable members of the House, and I heard Honorable Haruna mentioning them, so there's no need going over them. And Mr. Speaker, I support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me also rise in support of the report from the committee to amend the Constitution accordingly. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me state that both political parties have made public statements in support of this single policy. The NDC, as part of our manifesto, announced that we will get the Constitution amended to reflect the participation of our Ghanaians living in the diaspora in the parliamentary system, same as the MPP. Mr. Speaker, the MPP also has made this public statement in support of what is before us. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, there is consensus on this matter. And I do believe that the time has come for us to understand that Ghanaians living in the diaspora contribute meaningfully towards the economic building of our country. Mr. Speaker, for example, remittances into the country alone is more than cocoa proceeds in every single year. Remittances is more than cocoa proceeds every year. This shows clearly that Ghanaians living abroad are contributing in a diverse way towards the building of our country. But Right Honorable Speaker, the only thing that I strongly believe that we will have to exempt has to do with the provision for a president and a vice president. I think for a president and a vice president, we should restrict it and protect it for people that do not hold dual citizenship. Mr. Speaker, maybe we can extend it to the Speaker, because the Speaker also sometimes acts as a president. And so this three, I strongly believe that we should preserve that. But every other thing, I believe that any other person who is a dual citizen should be given the opportunity to participate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you want to contribute? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, mine is for a little clarification. Most often I hear people say denounce, when in actual fact it's supposed to be renounce. I cited the report and I saw the word denounce, but I know it's renunciation, not denunciation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to clarify this with either it is denunciation or renunciation. As far as I'm aware, it should be renunciation of citizenship, not denunciation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, many a times you. Oh, Mr. Speaker has given opportunity to speak. Mr. Speaker, you normally tell us that the office of the President and that of the Member of Parliament are on the same plane. And by what I'm hearing from the committee, because I've still not seen the report, what you are saying is that the office of the President and Vice President is higher than that of the Member of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, you have always been letting us know that these three institutions, the office of the President, that of the Member of Parliament, and the judiciary, are on the same plane, and that none is above the other. So if the office of the President is a high office, that would necessitate a dual citizen to drop his foreign passport, then that should also pertain for the Member of Parliament and then the office of the Superior Court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I have tried many times to convey to the House this message. The executive president is equal to the institution of parliament, not office of a member of parliament. Not one member of parliament. One member of parliament cannot be equal to the president. It's the arms of government. And by our constitution, the executive arm is made up of the executive president. Simplicity. Cabinet is advisory. And the Constitution in Article 58 is very clear that the government is the authority in which is vested the executive authority. And the executive authority is vested in the president. That's why it's called executive president, and he is equal to the government. Parliament as an institution is another arm. The judiciary is the third arm. It's the arms that are co-equal, not an individual member of parliament. It's in the order of precedence that makes the vice president number 2. But when you are dealing with arms of government, he doesn't come in. It's president, parliament, judiciary. That's what I've been trying to convey to members. If I wasn't clear, I hope today I'm clear. So not a member, not an individual member, not even the speaker. No, not even the speaker. It's only when I'm representing the institution of parliament. And when you are dealing with removal, then it becomes more difficult to remove the speaker than the president because of the numbers of 2/3 and 3/4. So please get me right. There are sometimes the president is to take some decisions, very difficult decisions to take, and you need to have 100% allegiance and citizenship. It's not only in Ghana. Honorable members, the second issue, Article 289. I'm saying this because my colleagues, the former majority leader and the former minority leader, both raised this. This is the second time today, about whether private members' bills could be passed by this House to amend the Constitution. I'm very clear in my mind that it's permitted by our law. Article 289 is very clear on that. Apart from that, the process outlined in 291 supports that view. It's when it's an entrenched clause. When it's an entrenched clause, because it's just the initiation of the bill. Laws are passed by Parliament, either initiated by the public, usually represented by government, or by an individual or private sector player, or even civil society actor. They just initiate it and bring it to the House. And even apart from government bills, where they come to represent the president to present it to the House, the other private members' bills, you have to pass through a member of Parliament. You can't come to present it yourself because you'll be seen as a stranger. And so once it's presented and it goes through the process, the House can process it and pass. And that is why there's a difference. When a bill purported to amend the Constitution and so titled is processed by Parliament and passed, the President has no option than to assent to it once it's certified by the Speaker or the Electoral Commission. It is in the Constitution. So we don't go through the general provisions of the amendment or processing of bills. We go through chapter 25. And clearly, if you look at entrenched bills, 290 clause 6 says when a bill for the amendment of an entrenched provision has been passed by Parliament in accordance with this article, the President shall assent to it. If you go to non-entrenched, please, you can read 291(4). It says, when the bill has been passed in accordance with this article, the President shall assent to it. So it's unlike the normal bills where the President could consider it. If he has some concerns, he'll put them in the form of a memorandum, then return the bill to the House to reconsider. In this particular instance, the President has no option like that. And so I'm very clear in my mind that a private member initiative to amend the Constitution, if accepted by the House and taken through the provisions of Chapter 25, can be done. It's permitted by our law. Because it's not the individual that is passing the law, it's Parliament. Anyway, so I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to remove restrictions imposed on dual citizens and persons who owe allegiance to a country other than Ghana from holding the public offices specified in Clause 2 of Article 8 and Paragraph A of Clause 2 of Article 94 and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021 passed through the second reading. Sorry? We move into the next article.
Yes, 69.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, but before I move 69.
Yes.
The appointment committee had challenges this morning. I can see our colleagues on the other side
are asking colleagues from their side to go and continue with the vetting. We are not hypocrites. That will result into a disagreement. The three of us here are members of the appointment committee. You are encouraging us to continue to do your business here. Then you are whipping your people to go to the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, the directive you gave when you actually referred that bill is that take time and do this appropriately. But somebody from the opposite side is trying to cajole the process and encourage us to do the wrong thing. Mr. Speaker, maybe you need to direct those people that they should allow due process to take place. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I will move to item 69.
Honorable members, please, let's continue to build consensus in these matters. I had to acknowledge the provision in the Constitution about the numbers on the floor when you are dealing with a bill of this nature. And I had to prompt leaders to get members for us to get the percentage required by the Constitution. That having been done, and I looked at it myself, you are asking members now to move out, and the number has dwindled. If we don't meet that 2/3, we cannot proceed with the consideration of the bill. Please. And particularly those of you in government, you have to even sometimes bend over to accommodate those opposite you. More so, as if you look at the daily attendance, the majority leader is not even listening.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes I find myself in a very difficult situation when it has to come from you, as though the five of us are unable to build consensus. I have a difficulty with the rush. We did the minority chief whip would always get his mic active and bring matters to your attention. And I know he's not the one doing it. There is somebody who would behave as if he's not the one directing affairs from behind and get them to do things and he pretend as if he doesn't know. When he can engage the leader of government business to solve problems, he will push them to do certain things. That somebody must stop that. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't give a good impression about that somebody. That somebody must stop this. We can engage, we are engaging. Then you send your boys to get the yes. Why are you not juniors to you? Are you not juniors to him? Is he not the leader? Mr. Speaker, this is bad faith.
Honorable Majority Leader. Why? No heat in this matter. I actually understand English language, but when you are speaking in tongues, that one I don't understand. You started speaking in tongues. Please.
Mr. Speaker, there are known unknowns and unknown knowns. I will leave it there. I have called for a discussion with somebody. That somebody knows himself. Mr. Speaker, he knows himself.
No, but Majority Leader, you know the standing orders very well. Trying to impute.
Mention a name.
I haven't said you have mentioned a name.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not imputing. But Mr. Speaker, you've been a majority leader before. You've been a minority leader before. You know some of the things that happen. You see, this is a matter between he and I. Why are you up? These are the problems, Mr. Speaker. This is not a matter for deputy minority leader. Then he is up. Let us solve that problem. Then you are up.
We scarcely have time. Please, deputy minority leader.
Honourable Speaker, I'll be very brief. Why are we going there again? But what we just heard from the majority leader was as if he was describing himself. That's exactly the behavior of what he just described. I mean, this is a leader who was supposed to lead us, build consensus, and make sure we make progress. At each time, if you have seen any confusion, it's not caused by the deputy whip or anybody. It's the leader of the house. And so you ask yourself, I hope this man has been here and have learned something from Emeritus Chairman Sabunsu. Unfortunately, he has not. Please, we agreed yesterday peacefully with the deputy leader, only for him to come from Winneba to charge that somehow, when you were threatening this very nice person, I was sitting here, you need to go and fight. This place is not a fighting ring. We build consensus or we get job done. Please, you are a leader and you need to lead.
No, let's concentrate.
Mr. Speaker, with your pleasure, I'll move item 69. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Motion listed item 69. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 1691, which requires that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Constitution of Ghana, Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I really wish this bill or this amendment was done even yesterday. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the provision that we keep drawing the leadership attention to, that I don't want, for lack of better words, say that they keep glossing over, that you don't see the numbers, yet they keep proceeding. Because the Constitution is very clear. It's talking about both second and third reading. You need this to change. Then let us make people make mockery of us. Because the number that we have in the chamber now is not to 10.
And the number has dwindled.
So please.
Yes.
My
the
worry
number,
is that
you are right.
I want it done yesterday, but let's call our members in so we can do it properly. So nobody takes us on and maybe with the video, because now you know this is our life. Everybody who is watching can tell you that we don't have over 200 members here. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw the attention of leadership, as we did earlier, that let them know gloss over that very important aspect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, when we're about to take a decision on the motion number 68, I did observe to get the numbers to make sure that we complied with the Constitution. And we had more than 2/3 at that time. But after that, members actually left the chamber. And I can see a lot of the seats that were occupied that are now vacant. I was very observant because, as I stated, I earlier on prompted the leaders to call members in. I realized when I saw members trooping in that they had carried out the instructions. And so that is why I put the question for the second reading. But this time, the numbers are not up again. And we will not be able to proceed without 2/3 of members of the House being present. That one, we cannot proceed. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in view of that, we're going to place the matter on ice and then, with your indulgence, proceed to take item 23, page 11 of today's order paper, page 23. And we follow with 24 and 25, if the House is pleased. 23. No, 23 is the motion. I do. We want to clear that. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, the chairman is here to proceed.
You said item 23?
Yes, please. 24, and then 24 is consequential. That's when 24 or 25.
Item 23, motion, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 23 on today's order paper be moved now.
Any seconder? Yes.
I second the motion.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. It's a procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 24, motion. Chairman of the committee, that is a substantive motion.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the International Development Agency, Association of the World Bank Group, for an amount of $250 million United States dollars for the Ghana Energy Sector Recovery Program. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to present the committee's report. I'll read some salient points and ask the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, I'll move to paragraph 4 on the objects of the loan. Now, the object of the loan is to provide funding for the Energy Sector Recovery Program to support specific activities aimed at reducing cost of electricity purchases, increasing revenue collection of the distribution utilities, and improving the financial management system of ECG, as well as support the National LPG Promotion Program. Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the program will contribute significantly to government strategy to position the energy sector to be self-sufficient in the provision of sustainable energy that supports economic growth and social development. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for approval of the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the IDA of the World Bank Group for an amount of $250 million United States dollars for the Ghana Energy Sector Recovery Program in accordance with Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution, Section 56 of the Public Financial Management Act, and the standing orders of this House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, and in so doing, I would like to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, the project, as we were made to understand, is to help address a number of challenges within the energy sector. We were made to understand that paramount is how the ECG and the GRIPCO are able to improve their systems to schedule and dispatch cheaper power to the citizens of Ghana. This is because in the mix of power that is generated every day, they would like to use a system that allows them to distribute those power based on the scheduling that focus on the cheaper options so the people can get cheaper bills. But also we're made to understand that operationally ECG was suffering a lot of transmission losses, which they tried to address with this loan. But also to address the issue of commercial losses, because even after they have been able to distribute the power that they are able to generate after the losses, There are also losses when they have to collect those monies in order to pay for ECG's indebtedness. And this is expected to address that. But Mr. Speaker, the key concern we find is in the project appraisal document which we requested for at the meeting. We noticed that 6 million of that money has already been spent, and it was spent to prepare this particular project. So the cost of putting this project together initially is about $6 million, which they intend to recoup from the $250 million. So what is available at this point in time is $244 million. But we also notice that a lot of the monies are going into consultancies. You will notice from the attached table that they will tell you goods, non-consulting services, consultant services for part 1, 2, and 3 amount to a total of about $104 million. Mr. Speaker, that is a problem for us because you cannot have a project, lot of it is going into consultancy and not going into the specific solution to the problem. And we would wish that this House approves this loan subject to some amendment to the disbursement formula for the loans as they have been allocated to the various projects. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Richard Champon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the report before us. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is calling on us to undertake a very simple exercise. And if I read from the document presented to the committee, I refer to page 5 of 11, item 11, item 13, and I read, Mr. Speaker, the program therefore plays a crucial role in helping Ghana meet its NDC targets and sustainable development goals over the next decade. Mr. Speaker, commercial losses at the end of GRICO and then ECG, we've heard it over and over again. Mr. Speaker, they're giving us resource areas, what they intend to achieve. This is a very good facility. We need to police it well because we can't take $250 million, and this is a trigger. If we this facility, there's a grant element of $10 million, which will be made available to the state, making $260 million to do all these things. But by the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, members are here. You go to your communities. Some of the lines have been energized. Some have done their own extension works. They are asking for meters so that they will be billed and they will pay for the service. Some have taken more than 2 years. What ECG is telling them that there's no meters in the system. And they've seen their police using electricity. So illegally they will connect to the national grid and use it. And you come telling us that there's a commercial losses and then the transmission losses. You can't mobilize the needed revenue. Who is causing these problems? Somebody's ready to pay for the service. And you're not ready to provide meters, common meters. They can't provide it. What kind of arrangement is this, Mr. Speaker? And we can't be approving loans almost every year to support GRICO and the ECG. So this facility, I'm calling on members to support it, but we need to police it and police it well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kobna Donko.
Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to the approval of
the facility. However, because meters have been mentioned, there seems to be some lack of knowledge on the working of meters. And it is important to put this on record. Mr. Speaker, we have fundamental issues. There are areas and communities that should not even be metered. Sometimes the cost of the meter cannot be recovered. And therefore, in other jurisdictions, they have capacity limiters. So that when in a typical small community, somebody's power consumption does not warrant a meter, they put in a capacitor, and then there is a flat rate. That is far more cost effective. Meters are for areas or for households whose consumption ideally should be above a certain level to make it economical. But what we have not done as a people is to do the appropriate segregation so that meters go to address areas where power consumption has to be metered, where it is economical. Other than that, so we spread meters so thinly that the people who really need to be metered for payment to be extracted through metering are not metered. Meanwhile, in areas where consumption is under the lifeline or within the lifeline are metered. I just want to put this on record because meters have been mentioned so that it is not blanket as if Parliament doesn't know what it's doing. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, yes. Now, three of you are standing together in front of me. Who wants the floor? Yes, Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned about an item on this loan. Mr. Speaker, if you find the attachment 8 and 9, I will need explanations because it reads as consultancy. Mr. Speaker, if I put the two together, it's giving us $94.8 million US. Mr. Speaker, you take 250 million, and then about 94.8 is going for consultancy. Mr. Speaker, they should explain this properly. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to beg this House. Mr. Speaker, it is good that ECG be supported to carry out its core functions. Yes, it is true that we have a lot of challenges and we need to be able to improve it. But, Mr. Speaker, if we have to take 250 and about 90 million of it should be consultancy, please, we need to reject this bill. We don't need it. Because it is going to impoverish us. Because this is money that we will pay. Even though it has no interest, we will pay the money. If about 94.8 million is going to be used for consultancy, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that maybe the members of the committee have more details about this than what we are seeing. Because, Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, I don't even understand why this part of this money is not going to empower some of our universities like the electrical department of KNUST, the other universities, to be able to produce our own meters. And this money that we are talking about consultancy, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that half of it could get our tertiary institutions, especially those that are doing the technical university, to be able to produce our own meters. Mr. Speaker, let them give us more details about this. I want to beg that we stand this. Let's get these details. Let's get the details. But to dedicate 94.8 million out of 250, why? You are giving us the money with one right hand and taking it with your left hand. That is too much. So they should provide the details. I can see the chair of finance say no. Well, let's understand and break down, because all the other breakdowns are very understandable, very clear what is going to be used for, with even condition what ECD should achieve before they can draw. But with this 94.8 million, you just need goods, non-consulting services, consultancy services for part 2.5. And Mr. Speaker, it's not clear. They should give us more information. Wherever it is for consultancy, Mr. Speaker, we should reject this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I see a member of the committee on his feet. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The request from my senior is in order because he needs clarity on some of the things. But we can conclude that the 90 million is meant for consultancy. We have goods non-consulting service, consultants service for part 1 of the project of ECG. The goods is meant for the procurement of the meters. So the call is in the right direction.
Breakdown.
How much are you spending on the procurement of the meters? If it is 80, 85 or whatever million, yes, let's know it. Consultancy, how much is it? Yes. Then we'll be clear in our minds what we're talking about. Correct. So don't conclude by saying 90 million is for consultancy. So that information will be provided so that members can have a feel of what is happening. Thank you very much.
But you are a member of the committee. Just give us the figures so that we'll be clear. Why? The call is in the right direction. He has raised it. So just give us the figures. Chairman, you have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The project part 1 will be for the procurement of meters, which constitutes about 85% of the 90 million that he stated. So we are talking about over $75 million for the procurement of meters. But if he wants it written down, we can give him evidence to that. Thank you. We went into all the details, but we couldn't have exhibited everything in the report. We did our best to annex a copy of the breakdown, but we couldn't have broken it down into those bits that my senior colleague is referring to.
So we take it that out of the 94 million, 75 million is going into the acquisition of meters. And so the difference now is left with 80 million.
So it's 90 million, not 94.
For consulting.
For consultancy.
And other consultants who
That's
are
all
going to be.
That's all consultancy.
Very well.
Yes. Let me listen to those behind you before. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Yes. I want to find out from the members of the committee, can they give us evidence of what they are talking about? Because I've read through the report and I don't see that. Where can we find the $75 million that will be used to procure meters? Where can we find it? Let's see a document so that we can come along. Because something here and then an entirely different matter occurs on the ground. The concern that has been raised is a very, very important matter. We cannot approve $250 million and about 90 is going into consultancy. That's what you have brought here. What you are telling us is not before us. So let's see some evidence to that effect. If not, we cannot take your word for it. We must have something before us different from the schedule which has been attached to this. So Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very serious matter. And if they don't produce the evidence, we will not support this facility.
Mr. Speaker, you realize that the reports that we produce lately exhibit very important information for the consideration of the House. If we had wanted to be mischievous or not to be transparent, we wouldn't have annexed this. Nobody would have requested for that. But the loan agreement was supplied to every member. Every member has a copy. This is the report stemming out of the loan agreement. We cannot reproduce everything.
Yes, the issue he raised is that it was approved by the committee members on the basis of consensus. Is that it?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the question now being raised is one of trust. Well, if you trust your members, you accept what they say. But if you don't trust them, you raise issues about evidence on the face of the record. That is what they are raising now. Evidence on the face of the record, not your word. What is the evidence in the report? Yes, Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the statement from the chairman has even made me more worried. Because, Mr. Speaker, the chairman said that 75 million of this, about total of, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was even 94. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, it's 100 million. About 75 million of the 100 million is for meter procurement. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in the document that's the appraisal document, nowhere is that stated. It was lumped. And when they themselves asked at the committee, the explanation that was given to them is that part of it is going for meters. And Mr. Speaker, our expectation is that our committee members will demand to know of the 100 million, how much of it is going for meters. Even the meters, they should be able to tell us how many meters are going to procure. For us to know that if you are saying that even 75 of the 100 million is going for meters, it is going for maybe say 10 million meters or a half a million meters. We should know the quantities. Mr. Speaker, with a greater respect, like you rightly said, it is the credibility gaps that have happened over the period where members of committee come to tell you that, oh, this is consensus, and later you realize that there are things that we are not able to answer. Mr. Speaker, with a greater respect to my colleague, Honorable Paddy, he knows I have great respect for him and the lack of Honorable Adongo and the members. Very fantastic members. I have great respect for all of you, but I know the pressure on you to pass this. But believe me, you need those details in fine detail, because you see, one of the things that the World Bank and the IMF has been doing to our countries in the third world is simply to give money with their right hand and pick it with their left. That's why we are talking about their conditionality, their dictatorship in money that they give you. They call that money free. Mr. Speaker, they are not free. And I'm passionate about this, Mr. Speaker, because since I started teaching poverty, wealth, and development at UPSA, I've come to realize the damage IMF and World Bank have been doing to the third world country. You see on this that it is interest-free, facility fee free. But Mr. Speaker, this is how they steal the money. I'm sorry for lack of better word. This is how they steal the money. They will give you 250 and they take 100 million, calling it consultancy. They tell you that, oh, part of it is for meter. You go and realize along the line, they'll use only 10 million or 20 million for the meters, and about 80 million of it is stolen back. Mr. Speaker, let's demand the details. We want to see how many meters will be procured, how much of it is going for consultants, so that we are all very clear on our mind. Look at the way they were structuring how ECD performance is linked to even 5 million. You should be able to reduce it by 7%. When it comes to the one that they are going to take, then they'll go and lamp it and hide behind those things and steal from us. Mr. Speaker, they must give us the details. Members, I want to add that this will be stood down, or let's vote on this so that we are clear on our mind that those who want this stealing by World Bank and IMF can vote for it. But those of us who are very clear that this is thievery from the World Bank and IMF, yes, I'm saying it, Honorable Osler, I know what I'm saying. Why are they lamping it? It's 100 million they are talking about out of 250 million. Why will they do this to us? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, that I sound emotional, but we must demand the breakdown so that we know clearly how much of it is going for consultancy and how much of it is going for the meters. And even the meters, how many meters? So that we can tell per meter how much it's going to cost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, I thought you would be taking down notes. When we finish listening, then you get up to respond. Yes. Leader. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think that based on our recent experiences with loans and the challenges we had, interestingly, the focus of this loan is actually, when I was looking at it, I thought about the original earlier loan we took from the Millennium Development Goals and how we ended up losing 200 million because of the PDS matter. If you recall, the ECG focus was there. We were supposed to use about 200 million to strengthen ECG to reduce technical and commercial losses. Everybody knows the story about PDS and how that 200 million was taken back. The concerns that have been raised is very important. I read some parts that some amount will be used for smart meters. But indeed, the way we in this house cannot specifically say right now that this is how much is going to be used for smart meters. So we can be on the safer side by stepping it down. Luckily, Honourable Speaker, you've already indicated that we are just going to turn around and come back. I am sure that the chairman will take note so that we can really be very certain and know where the money is going. But to say that if you look at the program and how it has been designed, there are two parts of the program. One is called Program for Results, which is basically about 151 million is going to be focused on that. Then there's what they call Investment Project part, which is about 109 million. And in that, they are saying that critical infrastructure and ICT system and smart meters is what the focus will be. Honourable Speaker, if you realize all we've been doing, the weakest link in the whole energy value chain is ECG, the distribution sector. We produce the power, those who are providing fuel, those who are helping us with the grid. Everybody waits for ECG to pay them. And so if ECG, the goalkeeper, is not in a capacity, is not efficient enough to collect and be efficient with smart meters and make sure they can have enough money, we are always going to have an energy sector that is in debt. That is why these efforts are important. And to the extent that this is what the focus is, this facility is important. But on the very important point that has been raised about how this whole consultancy has been lumped with smart meters, we need to determine how much is going to be allocated for those ICTs and smart meters and how much is for consultancy. I believe the committee can take that on board and we are able to come back and be certain that this is for value for money for the people of Ghana. And then we can go forward. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, well, Chairman, let me listen to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the committee, we were informed that we were going to procure 1.5 million meters. And if you look at the agreement that was brought to us by the IDA, and pages 9, talks about component 1, distribution utilities, commercial loss reduction investment, IDA, 90 million, Honourable. A, the procurement and installation of smart prepaid meters, along with associated software, $62.5 million. ECG, and $10 million to NECO, Northern Electrification Development Company. That's 75 million. The enhancement of meter management system, existing systems deployed under MCC financing, $5 million. Page 10 talks about C, strengthening commercial information system, CIS, 10 million United States dollars. And D, other associated ICT systems for improving operational efficiency of ECG, $2.5 million. That sums up the $90 million. Thank you.
Honorable members, the details have now been given. Can now proceed to put the question. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. I have to put the question again. Those in favor of the motion, honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Well, definitely the noes have it. From the voice vote, the noes have it. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I think we must put the question again.
Please, honorable members, let's hear each other. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the noes have it. I think the question.
You are challenging the decision on the voice vote. You are entitled to. You can do so. So, what do we do? Do we do head count or division? You want head count?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the chairman actually is challenging your opinion on the voice vote. But he's actually saying that the time the question was put, many didn't understand what was going on. That is why, Mr. Speaker, even those, Mr. Speaker, even those who voted no, the ranking member on the Finance Committee spoke in support of the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, they didn't quite understand it, but not to challenge your opinion on the voice vote. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the question can be put again, it will settle the matter.
Honorable members, since last week, I indicated to this House that I'll be adjourning the House today, and I actually gave at 4 p.m. for good reason. Even at today's conclave meeting, I stressed the 4 p.m. My leadership pleaded, and I extended it to 5. Now, it's 5:44. I thought there was some agreement on some issues we could take. It looks like something has happened. And clearly, I have always drawn the attention of the leader of government business, who himself is now not even available. He is not on the floor, because you always need numbers behind you when you are taking some stand on issues on the floor. Those numbers are not there. And those who support you to do your business, you will run at them. And so when they react, then the results will not be in your favor. Clearly, this is what has happened. And there's no way the Speaker can preside and be pretending to be doing the right thing when everybody will see it's so visible that it is wrong for the Speaker. So I'll do what is right. And truly, the noes had it. And the motion is accordingly rejected. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm challenging the decision, and I'm requesting for a division on this matter.
Division? Well, just read the standing orders on. The best in the circumstances is for us to adjourn the House sine die. And that is what I proceed to do. That is what I proceed to do. I've been presiding here. Yesterday, we closed around 11 p.m. I sat in the office. I left getting to 2 p.m. I was here since morning. So please, understand. And I'm committed to another national assignment. I did indicate that since last week, there's nothing I can do. None of my deputies is available. And so we have to adjourn sine die. Yes. Majority Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, since your decision on your opinion on the voice vote has been challenged with division, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to plead if we can get 5 minutes suspension so that leadership could engage on this matter. Mr. Speaker, based on what you said, we wouldn't have time for the division. Since you are engaged with other national assignments, it is better, since the decision is being challenged on division, leadership will now engage on this issue. Because we don't have the luxury of time. Since you have other engagement, and you have already indicated to us how long you could be on the chair. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, if we can suspend for 5 minutes so that leadership can engage on this issue.
Honorable members, I want us to stick to our rules. We have to stick to our rules. my decision on the voice vote have been challenged. And the one who challenged the decision called for a division. And so we'll apply Order 153, procedure on division. If, on the other hand, to state that the division has been unnecessarily claimed and he wants to revise it, the standing orders are clear on that. He could take advantage in that area. If not now, what we have before us is a call for us to adopt a procedure of division. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, still on the same procedure you are talking about on Order 151. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to draw your attention to Order 153-2. And with your leave, Mr. Speaker, it said, the Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority and minority or independent caucus to join 2 teller each to observe the division procedure after a lapse of 5 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I was pleading that if you can give us 5 minutes so that leadership can engage. Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes suspension so that we engage on this same procedure. Because
Honorable Deputy Whip, now you start from 1 before you go to 2. So 1 says that the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division, and the division bells shall be rung for 1 minute. It is after that I tell you to appoint tellers, and tellers that we are proceeding to the division. The tellers are your agents. So, if that is what you want, let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we are masters of our own rules. And due to the indication you gave us that you have other engagements, Mr. Speaker. So if you give us 5 minutes on this, then we'll spare the 1531 and deal with the 1532 so that leadership engage and come back, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please. I proceed to adjourn the House sine die. The other option of 154 is a head count. And clearly before me, I don't need to count heads. I know the side that will win. So the best thing is to adjourn the House sine die. I have discussed with leadership that for some good reason, in the national interest, the House is prepared to have a recall in September. That I indicated to leadership, and it was considered. And we are to sit till 4 p.m. today, and then we adjourn sine die, and then they go and put their house in order, and we have a recall to come back in September. I'll be available to preside. The leaders urged on me to try and allow one of my deputies, who is outside the jurisdiction, to come and continue with business. I assess the environment, and I don't want to hand over a pot of bees on the head of my second deputy speaker. Yes, I know the environment. I don't want that. So, honorable members, this is a house, a very august house, a majestic house, I don't want to do anything to affect our reputation. So I'll proceed to do what I believe is the right thing to do now. And I'm going to adjourn sine die. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die.